judge, this is your class. Class 5 of market gilts, please be making your way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Braden Herrenbach, Gideon Fisher, Fletcher, Elijah Newberry, Kemper Shepard, Pascal Stahl, and Jaden Swader, and Joshua Hazelbaker. Fletcher, Elijah Woodbury, Kemper Shepard, Pascal Stahl, Jaden Slater, and Caden Hayes.
Okay, I think it's your mic on.
We need all first and second members from class 2 through 4 to please be making their way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Nolan Armour, Savannah Smith, Caitlin Brandenburg, Olivia Havarilla, Madeline Royce, and Kaylee Loizo. Also, all third place members can be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Connor Ninichuk, Jonathan Noss, and Alex Bosom.
We're going to release these two young men back to their pen, and we released two young ladies in the class before, and I apologize I didn't give them a round of applause. So let's give a double round of applause for these guys out of this class, because I'm a firm believer in these are projects for kids, and I want to give them the time that they deserve. They spent their summer raising pigs, and some things just don't pan out the way we want them to from a structure standpoint or how they grow or feed. So I do appreciate everybody bringing all their projects out. We're going to work these 5 over here to my left a little harder. nice class of lightweights here. I think you can go a couple different directions. Young man in the green shirt with the blue gilt's where we're going to land in this class. You got yourself a fan club. I think it's awesome. Like, it's a whole summer. I know it's coming up this general direction, so we'll talk over here. It's a whole summer's worth of work, right? Like, you hoot and holler, you get excited. I think it's awesome. It's one of those things you gotta just go with it. I think it's cool. Lean into it is the way I would say it. You're excited, be excited, because it is a whole summer's worth of work. Going back to describing the pigs, this is one of those things that you kind of talk about totals. This one's got some shape and extension, some length. She still is pretty sound on her feet and legs. That's where we're gonna land. Young man's black gilt is all black gilt's gonna go next here in the red shirt. This one I just wish would kind of act like a show pig. She's kind of buried her head in the sawdust. When we finally get a good look at her and she kind of gets out and goes, that one's got some nice pieces. That one's got some stoutness of feature. She's got some ribbon body and mass to her. She's a little bit shorter there from her, kind of the tip of her nose to her blade. I kind of want to lengthen her out there, shape her up compared to the one we have in third. The sandy colored gilt, kind of the calico, is going to be third. Young man does a very good job of getting this one shown. Has some really nice looks there. This one's just got to be corrected from a skeleton standpoint. She's just too upright off both ends. She's not taking quite as comfortable of a stride as what I'd like to see, but you like the kind of the shape that one's been fed into. Young man here in the corner with kind of the wide marks gilt is going to be fourth today. This is another one that you like. This one's just kind of basic build, has some body, has some rib, has some dimension. She's not quite as flashy anywhere compared to the three that are right ahead of her, but that one, we can make that one go a little bit better off her rear too. She'd probably find a hole or two right ahead of her. Young man's gilt that's running out the class. This one's long, and she found a pen because she was the soundest of the ones left out of here. We just got to shape this gal up, give her more mass and dimension all the way through. A good class here. Put your hands together for those individuals, and we'll get ourselves into the division.
Congratulations, Class 5 Market Gilts. First place, Kemper Shepard. Second place, Elijah Newberry. Third place, Jaden Swader. Fourth place, Pascal Stahl. And fifth place, Caden Hazelbaker. Entering the arena at this time is our class winners for our lightweight division. These exhibitors are Nolan Armour, Caitlin Brandenburg, Madeline Royce, and Kemper Shepard. We're here in our lightweight division drive for these gilts, and I think that there's, probably a couple that push each other here for champion and reserve. I believe we're going 5 deep. We got to go 5 deep. So we'll kind of pick our grand and our reserve, and we'll shake some hands and all those kind of things. Like I said, I think there's a couple that push here for our champion pretty hard. The one that fits me the best, probably from a density perspective and a look perspective and a balance and a build, young lady here in the blue is going to be our division champion. Let's give her a round of applause. We'll bring that second place one in and get your reserve. Entering the arena at this time is Olivia Havarilla. Jonathan Noss, you need to be making your way to the holding pins.
I thought that class was close. You know, I think that there's some conversation here in terms of reserve. We're going to follow up the young lady, the one that comes out of second from our champion is going to be reserve in this division. I like that one to follow ahead. Let's put our hands together.
Jonathan Noss, you have 2 minutes to be entering the arena. Savannah Smith needs to be entering the arena at this time. Entering the arena at this time is Kaylee Loizo. All exhibitors are dismissed. Class 6 of market gilts needs to be making their way to the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Tyler Barkhurst, Wyatt Blakely, Eden Myers, Savannah Pennington, Lily Talby, and Lance Cornwell. Congratulations to your lightweight division champion, Caitlin Brandenburg, reserve champion, Olivia Havarilla, third place, Nolan Armour, fourth place, Madeline Royce, and fifth place, Savannah Smith. Judge, this is your class. We need Class 7 of market gilts to please be making their way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Mackenzie Blakely, Briley Clem, Riley Lawball, Colton Phillips, Lillian Zinmeister, Bailey Fishback, and Kaylee Jennings. Once again, we would like to welcome our judge from tonight, Emily Miller. Emily and her husband Seth live in Haskins, Ohio. They have 3 children, Reed, age 5, Brooks, 18 months, and Della, 6 months. Emily is an alum of Lakeland College and the Ohio State University, where she was a member of the livestock judging teams. Currently, Emily is a marketing agent for the Went Group and Showpig.com. Seth and Emily own Seth Miller Show Steers, where they sell steers and heifers to exhibitors across the Midwest. They also raise show pigs with Emily's father. Please give our judge a round of applause.
Really good class. I elected to kind of keep all 6 out here as we're going to go and talk through them. I think it's very close all the way down. And so these young people are going to drive a little bit longer, but I think that's a worthwhile cause. Right, gilt right in front of me here is where we're going to start. The young lady in the yellow. I think this is the kind of the totals gilt for me, having some stoutness of feature, some density, having some mass. She's not the biggest outline one in the whole world, but I still think she balances up from the side pretty well. We're going to go ahead and land here with the yellow gilt. I think it gets very close between second and third because they kind of tell 2 different stories, if you will. They're 2 different types of hogs, and so what do you want to do? You know, to me, the one that's the next best in my mind, and then we want to change them in one area, is the young lady's kind of blue-eyed white gilt right in front of me here. That one's going to be second. I really like this one down its top. Really appreciate kind of the shape and density this one has. You really have to you like all those things about one. That one just doesn't balance up good enough from the side for me. Not quite as smooth going there as it kind of has that one to get out and travel. That's where we want to kind of change that one. The opposite on the end of the spectrum is the young lady in the orange shirt who does a good job driving that gilt. That one's going to be third. This one, you kind of read this one coming out of the gate with her head. She's just a little bit frailer featured all the way through, and she's flatter sided as well. She's probably one that, looked really, really good, really little, because she's got some really unique pieces to her. For me, though, she's just not quite as massive up high and going away. She's not quite as stout there at the ground. That's where that pair sorts. I think it's very close. You're welcome to go ahead and pick your favorite. The final 3 out here, I think, again, can stay considerably close for what we've got going. I think you go ahead and kind of got to land on one. I'm going to fall back on just market hogs. Young man's gilt right in front of me here is going to go next. This one's got to go sounder. I mean, she's just not quite comfortable enough off for either end of her skeleton, but up high and going away, that one has clear advantages in terms of just market hog and basic product potential. We're going to go ahead and side there. Young man's gilt right in front of me here is going to go and be 5th today. I like this one kind of just from a basics perspective, having some extra shape comparatively to the one that's going to go next, and she stays sounder the longer we ask that one to drive. Young lady that's rounding out the class, you know, brings us a nice project. You're doing a good job working hard out here, keeping her in the center of the ring. She's just one that wants to get outside of herself in terms of her skeleton. She reads a little bit staler up high as well. A good, really nice class. Put your hands together for those individuals.
Congratulations, Class 5 of Market Gilt. First place, Eden Myers. Second place, Tyler Barkhurst. Third place, Lily Talby. Fourth place, Wyatt Blakely. And fifth place, Lance Cornwell. Entering the arena at this time is Class 7 of Market Gilt. These exhibitors are Mackenzie Blakely, Briley Clem, Riley Lawball, Colton Phillips, Lillian Zinmeister, Bailey Fishback, and Kaylee Jennings.
Let's put our hands together for these young individuals. They head out the pens and back to their pens. We'll work the 5 that we got penned up here a little harder. Well, I guess, for me, I like to be very agreeable. I don't like to tell people it's got to be one way or the other, and I don't like to talk to people at livestock shows who think it's definitely got to be one, they're the only opinion, and if the judge doesn't do it the way they wanted them to do it, that opinion is wrong. I just don't like talking to those kind of people. And so when I say this, next thing coming out of my mouth, I want you to understand, that's how confident I feel about the way this class puts together. I think it comes together very well. There's one that just kind of fits me in terms of just having some extras. It's the young lady driving the blue here. She's going to be our class winner. This is the one, like I said, perfect, no, not perfect, has some things we could probably fix or change or tweak, but I think just from putting together some totals perspective, that's definitely where we kind of land with one that you can kind of get behind and get excited about. Young man in the orange does a good job showing he's going to be second today. This is one that you really, I think, a couple of classes ago, probably be a class winner for sure. If we want to soften this one in the middle of its back just ever so slightly, that's probably where I want to fix that gilt. That's a nice practical kind of one. You have a barn full of those, I think you'd be pretty happy to go outside and work them every day. She's just not quite as amped up today as the one that wins. She's just not quite out there in terms of her skeleton and her build. Square that one up in terms of her hock. That's getting kind of nitpicky. This is a really nice class. Young ladies, gilt's in third here is another one that probably went a couple of classes before us. I like this one here to my right to go next. That one is really ready to go up high. That one knows it's show day up high. She does a good job getting that one driven. That one just got a huge ditch in its back. Just for me, just too short and toppy in her step. A little bit too jammed up there coming right at you in terms of the length of her neck and the extension that one has. That's getting kind of nitpicky on a class that has quite a bit of differences, and you can really appreciate those top three and what they kind of bring to the table. I like the blue hips gilt to go next. I think when you get, coming and going, this one just a little bit more genuine and true in terms of her shape. She's just not quite ready to go in terms of that body today. She needs a little bit more spring of ribs and depth in terms of center and flank compared to the three that are right ahead of her. Young lady in the orange that's rounding out the class. This one you really appreciate from a length and extension and a build standpoint from the side, as good as any in the class. Tall shouldered, long and level. Those are the kind I like. She just got to have more to her today. Put your hands together for a really nice class.
Class 8 of market gilts, please be making your way to the show arena at this time. These members are Xander Fishback, Madeline Griffith, Lillian Nichols, Carly Sandfoss, Tyler Barkhurst, Shelby Highfield, McKinley Fishback, and Amber Averwater. Congratulations, Class 7 market gilts. First place, Kaylee Jennings. Second place, Colton Phillips. Third place, Briley Clem. Fourth place, Mackenzie Blakely. And fifth place, Bailey Fishback.
Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. As they head back to the pens. We'll work these 5 a little harder.
Class 9 of market gilts need to be making their way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Olivia Liming, Logan Sines, Trevor Faulkner, Nicholas Caudill, Lillian Davidson, Alex Bosom, and Kylie Bosom.
Nice solid class of market gilts. You know, we're getting into that situation where now we got time to talk about cutability and the ones that are kind of right there and on the edge, maybe have a little bit too much, all those kind of things. I think the freshest one today, in my mind, is the young lady driving here, kind of the blue-gray gilt right in front of me here to be our class winner. I'll tell you, this one's got to be better in its joints going from away. That one's got a plenty big enough hock for me, but at the same time, you know, I think you kind of take that out of consideration. That gilt wins kind of every other angle in this class for me. You know, I like this off belt to go next. The young lady driving here, this black one, she is spunky. That's the way we're going to describe that, as a spunky little gilt. She's kind of getting out here and running all over. Now that she's kind of settled in, I think there's a lot of things to really like about this gilt. You know, she's one that has a good look from the side. I like this one's kind of balance and presence and density. She's a little bit trimmer up high than a couple that we have coming right ahead of her. She's not the stoutest featured one in the world. That's probably where she's going to go second today. But again, a nice one to kind of follow in with our class winner. You know, I think it can continue to just remain close between 3 and 4. I like the belted gilt with a leopard shirt to be third. I think this one is more correct up high. She's a little bit too jammed up for me. I want to peel that one back a little bit. If we're going to talk about that, make that one go a little bit better off her hind two. I like this black-headed, black-tipped one to go next. This is the one that's probably the most concerning from a cuttability standpoint. She's the softest footed. She's just not probably a little bit past her prime. Peel that one down a little bit. I think we'd have probably something we can really get behind there. There's some things I want to change about that one. Real basic kind of market hog, young ladies. Blue gilt brings us next. This is one you like the length and extension. You like her leanness and cuttability advantage over the one that's in fourth. But I just want to open her up, coming and going. A nice class. Put your hands together for those young people.
Congratulations, Class 8 of market gilts. First place, Madeline Griffith. Second place, Lillian Nichols. Third place, Shelby Highfield. Fourth place, Tyler Barkers. And fifth place, Carly Sandfoss. Entering the arena at this time is Class 10 of market gilts. These exhibitors are Jackson Noss, Isabella Bickle, Ansel Hatfield, Hannah Heller, Levi Hausch, Kay Sexton, and Garrett Talby. Scratch that, it's Class 9. For the middleweight division, we need the first place from class 6, 7, and 8 to be making their way to the holding pins at this time. These exhibitors are Eden Myers, Tyler Barkhurst, Kaylee Jennings, Colton Phillips, Madeline Griffith, and Lily Nichols. If those third places for each of those classes could be getting ready in the barns, these people are Lily Talby, Briley Clem, and Shelby Highfield.
Another good class here. We only have 6 in this class, so I'm elected to kind of keep everybody out and let everybody drive a little bit longer. I think it gets kind of close there between 4, 5, and 6, and it still remains close on the top end as well. The young man with kind of the wild mark chromed up gilt right in front of me here is going to be our class winner. I think this one, if you heard me talk today, we talked about having some back shape and stoutness a feature and still having some extra look and presence. I think that gilt does all those things, and she's definitely ready to go today just in terms of having some freshness up high as well. I liked a lot of things about that one. I think that one wins and does so from a totals perspective pretty well. Young man in the blue here is going to go next. This is right here to my right. That one's going to be second. I think this one is very unique from her blade forward. You can really appreciate that. That one's good coming at you. Got some stoutness a feature. I just wish this one would blend a little bit better. Probably one that is just I like the fact that she's more extended, but I think at the same time she could be a little bit sounder off those rear two. She's kind of wanting to get choppy the longer we get this one, and that's that one to drive. The white gilt over here to my right is one I just wish she wouldn't be so favorable. That one front leg, we probably move ourselves up a notch or two. You can kind of tell this one's not feeling quite as comfortable, but from there back, that's a good one. She just got to go sounder today. You probably heard me say that about a few of them, and I guess we're going to probably continue to talk about it. That one has a lot of nice pieces there from her blades back. As well. What do you do in 4, 5, and 6? I think it's kind of a toss-up. Really, it depends on what you're going to kind of preference and lie. Young lady in the black shirt's going to go next for me. I like the extra shape this one has, but she's a little bit too pushed forward in her blade and flat-sided. Young man driving away. That gilt's going to go next. That one's just a real nice, basic kind of a market hog, but I want to square that one up from behind. And young lady driving out does a really nice job keeping that pig in the center of the ring for me. I got a lot of good views of that one. We just got to pull this gilt apart because she's built really well from the side. We just got to open this one up, coming and going. Put your hands together for a nice class of market hogs.
Lily Nichols, you need to be making your way to the show arena at this time. Congratulations, Class 9 of Market Gilts. First place, Nicholas Cottle. Second place, Logan Sanis. Third place, Kylie Bosom. Fourth place, Olivia Liming. And fifth place, Trevin Faulkner. Entering the arena at this time is your first place winners from your middleweight division. These exhibitors are Eden Myers, Kaylee Jennings, and Madeline Griffith.
here to pick a middleweight division champion, and I think that there's just 4 really nice ones out here in terms of individuals, ones that I'd be proud to kind of stand behind and watch drive all summer long. And we talk a lot about that, what's a judge's kind? I get asked that a lot. What kind of hog do you like, Emily? And I sometimes am like, I don't know, a good one. I hate to be that bland about it, but they come in all different shapes and sizes. They're cut very different. If I'm going to build a perfect one, that'd be very hard to find. And so I don't always go in every class looking for the one that's going to win the whole show. You can't go and try to pick the same kind every class because classes shake out very different, especially at the county fair level where we just got lots of different types and kinds. And so with that being said, I'm very pleased with kind of the 4 we have out here. They're all a little different, but in my mind, they're the best in their class. The one that probably hit me the hardest coming out the gate is one that continues to hit me hard when we get out here. Young lady here in the blue is going to be our division champion.
Entering the arena at this time is Colton Phillips. Braylee Clem, please be making your way to the holding pens.
I think it's quite a bit closer in my mind for reserve. There's probably a spot I want to change each of these hogs, and so, where do you land there? I like the young lady with the blue gilt on the far end to be next. We'll pull on that second place.
Entering the arena at this time is Lillian Nichols. Shelby Highfield, please be making your way to the show arena. Holding. Logan Sandus, please be making your way to the show arena at this time. Braylee Clem, you should be entering the show arena at this time. All other exhibitors are dismissed. Braylee Clem, you have 2 minutes to enter the show arena. Braylee Clem, you have 1 minute to enter the show arena. Judge, this is your class. Congratulations, middleweight division champion, Kaylee Jennings. Reserve champion, Madeline Griffith. Third place, Nicholas Cottle. Fourth place, Colton Phillips. And fifth place, Logus Sanis. Class 10 of market guilds, please be making your way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Jackson Noss, Isabella Bickle, Ansel Hatfield, Hannah Heller, Levi Hausch, Kay Sexton, and Garrett Talby.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 10 market gilts. These exhibitors are Jackson Noss, Isabel Bickle, Ansel Hatfield, Hannah Heller, Levi Hausch, Kay Sexton, and Garrett Talby.
good class here as we end in our last division. Let's put our hands together for these two young kids as they head back to their pens. We'll work the ones to my left a little harder.
Class 11 market gilts, please be making your way to the or the holding pens. These exhibitors are Allison Korniak, Mason Ross, Angela Jones, Anya Nelson, Nathaniel Royce, Scarlett Luke, and Brianna Blakely.
Really fun class to me. I think there's, three on the top end that, I think they have some pizzas you can really get behind. I fall kind of back on one I think is the combination of the ones that are in second and third. Young man in the orange shirt, driving Daisy, I believe is her name. They're going to be our class winners here. That is one gilt that you can really kind of get excited about when you get off to the side of them. She runs uphill. She's got some elevation there. Is she a little chuffy? Maybe. From her blade forward, that's getting kind of nitpicky to me. I just like that she stays in line with her skeleton. Now, is she the most opened up there in terms of her knee? No, but I still think that she's got some skeletal and some genuine skeletal width. To me, I think she kind of falls in line with the ones that are in second and third. Young man in the purple shirt driving Reba. We had a chance to kind of visit over here. That one's going to go next. This gilt's kind of intriguing. Every once in a while, she kind of wants to take a real tender step, and then she's fine. Then she kind of wants to take a tender step, and then she's fine. I think if you just kind of looked at these from the top sides of their skeleton all the way there, Ben, get back and going away, she kind of wins this class in a landslide. That one is ready to go, really fresh backed, all those things you like. But at the same time, I think she's a little bit softer footed. I want to change the way she's kind of built there from her blade, her knee, and her pastern as well. This young lady driving right in front of me here in the green is going to be third. I like a lot of things about this gilt. This is probably one, again, you have a barn full of these, and you're going to find your way into the top 5 of most classes. That one's got some look from the side. That one's got some shape and dimension from the side. Maybe not the freakiest in any one area, but a nice solid one to go third in this class that has a little bit of give and take there. I like the young man's black gilt to go next. This one's got to be sounder off her rear too. She's just kind of really wanting to push those corners too much for me, but she's just quite a bit bigger backed and bigger hipped, got more than the seat of her pants when she goes away, I guess you could say, than the one that's going to be in fifth. The young man driving the gilt in fifth is another one that you really like how shapely this one is up high, but it probably comes at a cost in terms of rib shape and just extra pliability. A nice class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 10 Market Gilts. First place, Jackson Noss. Second place, Case Sexton. Third place, Hannah Heller. Fourth place, Levi Hausch. And fifth place, Garrett Talby. Entering the arena at this time is Class 11 of Market Gilts. These exhibitors are Allison Korniak, Mason Ross, Angela Jones, Anya Nelson, Nathaniel Royce, Scarlett Lucky, Brianna Blakely. Judge, this is your class. Class 12 of Market Gilts can be making their way to the holding pens at this time. These exhibitors are Michaela Blankenship, Eric Nelson, Travis Brandenburg, Kaylin Williams, Shelby Highfield, Hannah Heller, and Jaden Stahl.
A really deep class here. Put your hands together for these young people as they head back to their pens. really good class. I think we got a lot of quality on the top end. You feel free to pick the one you like. Young man here in the purple in front of me here is going to be our class winner. Kind of sporty one, I guess, to me. Has a really good look from the side. I think that one just has some cool pieces. Really kind of grabs you coming out the gate. Good square coming right at you, going away. All those things you really like. Kind of sporty one to get us kind of started out there. The young lady in the red shirt, I just wish this gilt would kind of grab a different gear. She's going to go next. That one, when she gets her head up, that's like kind of how they're supposed to be built in my mind. Tall fronted, really extended and clean there in terms of her jowl. Still nice and level top. She probably stays more comfortable in her top line the longer it has to go. But this gal, you can kind of tell it's just not her time. I mean, she's kind of showing like she just doesn't feel like being out here today. She's really a little bit more labored. The longer we go, she's not wanting to kind of get out and grab another gear. Her angles are good enough. She's a little bit shorter there out of her hip if I'm getting nitpicky. That's a good one to be in second. That's a really nice high quality pair on top. Where do you do from there? I think it is a conversation piece. Young lady in the black skillet's going to go next. This one does so just from a total mass and density perspective. That's a dense skeleton one. Probably one that just a little more jammed up at the same time. Want to kind of lengthen that one out off both ends for me. But a nice one to be in third. I like the painted up gilt to go next on the far end. I think this one I like from the side about as well as anything. Tall shoulder and extended, you can really appreciate that. Not quite as opened up as the one that's in third. The young lady here that's going to round out our top five is one that, you know, just from a basics perspective, having some body and some mass and some dimension you really like. We got to square this gilt up going away. A good class. Put your hands together for those individuals.
Congratulations, Class 11 Market Gilts. First place, Mason Ross. Second place, Allison Korniak. Third place, Brianna Blakely. Fourth place, Angela Jones. And fifth place, Scarlett Lucky. Entering the arena at this time is Class 12 of Market Gilts. These exhibitors are Michaela Blankenship, Eric Nelson, Travis Brandenburg, Kaylin Williams, Shelby Highfield, Hannah Heller, and Jaden Stahl.
your hands together for these young people as they head back to their pens. They did a good job exhibiting their projects. Really nice class here on the top end as we get into these heavier weights. You know, I think it's there's always room for conversation in terms of how you kind of put these together. I know when we're kind of target weighting them, you know, it tends to be the bigger they are, the more things can happen. The way that I describe it, you know, you're pushing them and you're getting them to where they need to be, but at the same time, you know, you're going to kind of run into the thick of things as we've seen all the way through. I like the blue gilt to get us started in this class. This one's just really rugged and just stout and has some pieces that you really like about one. Still good front end. I mean, big old top on that gilt and really big hip, and still handles it pretty well. You know, I think that she does so. He does a good job of getting out here and getting some good views of that one, getting her driven. You know, she's one that has just some nice solid pieces to kind of fall onto, I guess, for me to start this class. The conversation, I guess, for me is between second and third. I like the young lady in the green right in front of me here driving the belted gilt to go next. This is probably the one I prefer from this side and from a freshness perspective as well. I like this one's taller shouldered and more extended. You know, to me, I guess I always kind of err on that when we kind of it's getting close. I like the fact that this one probably stays a little more comfortable in her skeleton the longer we go as well. She's not as massive up high as young lady here in the leopard shirt to be third. This one is just really ready to go up high today. At the same time, she's kind of showing a little bit extra from her blade forward. She's maybe not quite as attractive on the go, and she really wanted to kind of short and get tighter, more restricted, longer we asked the drive to go on. Young lady does a good job of getting out here and get that one presented. I like the young man's to go next. I think the longer they go, I just prefer the way this one's kind of built and put together. You know, maybe not the most shapely one in the whole world, but I don't think that she's flat by any means. That's a nice one to kind of go ahead and fall into fourth. Young lady in the green that's kind of rounding out our top five is probably the opposite end of the spectrum. This one's got a big old ditch in her back. This one's got to go sounder and be more comfortable off her rear too. Put your hands together for those individuals in that class.
Congratulations, Class 9 market gilts. Hold on. Congratulations, Class 12 market gilts. First place, Travis Brandenburg. Second place, Michaela Blankenship. Third place, Shelby Highfield. And fourth place, Eric Nelson. Fifth place, Kaylin Williams. Entering the arena at this time is Class 13 Market Gilts. These exhibitors are Hunter Ross, Alex Bosom, Clint Dollemeyer, and Claire Bullock. We need our first and second place winners from Class 10, 11, and 12 to be making their way to the show arena. These exhibitors are Jackson Noss, Kay Sexton, Mason Ross, Allison Korniak, Travis Brandenburg, and Michaela Blankenship. If the third place from Class 10, 11, and 12 could please be getting ready in the barns. That is Hannah Heller, Brianna Blakely, and Shelby Highfield.
I spent a lot of time on livestock judging teams from when I was a young 4-H'er all the way into my collegiate years, back when I had a lot more spring in my step and all those things. But at the same time, I can't help when there's kind of 4 individuals in front of me. You kind of want to put cuts on it, if you will. So for those of you that are livestock and judging enthusiasts on the sidelines, I'd probably cut this class like 2, 2, and 2. I think it's pretty close on top. I think that there's just 4 really nice ones. And so, this is our last class of gilts today. These guys have been waiting all evening to show, and I think that they've done a good job bringing them out here, bringing some that are very presentable out here. They should be very proud of their projects. And I always appreciate people that kind of push them those heavier weights. It's like I said, it leaves a little margin for error, but when you can do it well, you really got to appreciate the fact that their skeletons stay together and all those things. I think it's very close to the top end. I'm going to start with the young man in the green shirt with the white gilt right in front of me here to be our class winner. This is one, just from a pieces perspective, I probably like a little bit better. It comes together in terms of the totals and balance. For me, that's where that one kind of wins, from a balance perspective and the way everything kind of fits and matches together. Young, and then orange, sorry, not green, orange. It comes next. This is one that came out the gate, and I thought, okay, we're going to kind of follow in line. This one, we're going to ride this one all the way to the end. The longer we go, that one isn't probably handling itself quite as well as I'd like. Kind of wants to drop in its pins, if you will. Kind of gets a little harsher there in terms of his rear rib and flank. Want to just kind of change the way that one's put together from the side ever so slightly. He did a good job of getting that one shown. Young lady here is going to be third. I mean, those two, that's a very good partner set. They do a very nice job getting out here and getting shown. Again, this is one came out the gate, and I thought, all right, we like that. That chest view's pretty good. That top's really nice and fresh today. Big old hip on that one. I mean, that has a big old booty. But that one's got to go sounder. It kind of comes as a hindrance. She's really outside in terms of her edges. For me, young man does a really nice job getting out here and driving this one. This gilt's a little spunky, but he's doing a good job of keeping that one under control. This is one that you really appreciate the basic building this one has. This one's got plenty of rib and body, not quite as shapely up high as the ones right ahead of her. That's a nice class of 4. Put your hands together for our last class of market gilts.
Congratulations, Class 13 Market Gilts. First place, Alex Bosom. Second place, Hunter Ross. Third place, Claire Bullock. And fourth place, Clint Dollemeyer. Entering the arena at this time is all of our heavyweight class winners. These exhibitors are Jackson Noss, Mason Ross, Travis Brandenburg, and Alex Bosom.
a good division. You know, I think that the first two divisions that we had ahead of time, I had an idea of what it was going to kind of look like when we get together, and I was anxious to get these four together because I was really wondering how a couple of these are going to stack up against each other. We get out here into these heavier weights, and the longer we ask them to drive, all those things. You know, there's a couple that really fit me for different reasons. You know, the longer we ask these to go, I think our skeletons are kind of changing and shifting a little bit. But at the same time, you know, I'm very happy with kind of the quality we have out here. It's been a very good gilt show. I'm anxious to get to the barrows. The one thing I would say for those of you that are going to leave us after the gilt show is I was kind of looking around this really, really nice show arena, and there's a lot of sponsor banners and thank yous and all those kind of things. And so I know to get facilities like this, it takes a lot of people to do that, and so it's very nice to come to a county fair where there's natural light, and it's a nice size ring, and we have holding pens. Don't take that for granted because you go other places, and I'm going to tell you, it's not always like this, and it's not always this nice. So I've really enjoyed kind of getting sort through your gilts, and the ring people have been great, and the people running the back at the tall box have been really good too, and so it's been fun. How to sort your gilts and make sure you young people are thanking those people who have sponsored the show and helped kind of run the show, because you don't have to do it, but it's also your job as the next generation to get out here and to do it. You know, no one else, if you don't step up, who's going to step up? You know, it's time when you kind of age out to find your place and help the next generation, whatever it is at this fairgrounds, give back. That's all I'm going to say about that. Find something you can do to give back, whether that's, you know, helping with the show or doing something else around the fair, because it probably means a lot to you to show now, but it takes a lot of people to put a show on, I'll tell you that much. So, you know, I'm kind of done off that here at our heavyweight gilts, kind of just talking and making up my mind, I'll be really honest. There's probably one here that I think has just the look in the build from the side that you can really kind of get behind, the one that, you know, you're going to go home and kind of think about the longer we go. Young man here in the orange shirt, the white belted gilt's going to be our division winner.
Case Sexton, please be making your way into the show arena at this time. Hannah Heller, please be getting ready in the barns. Making your way to the holding pens.
Second place one keeps the quality up here. There's another one that I think hit me really hard in class. Probably just want to soften this one's jump softer so much. Young man here in the purple in front of me is going to be reserve in this division.
Allison Korniak, please be entering the ring, and Brianna Blakely, please be making your way to the show arena. Hunter Ross, please be making your way into the show arena, and Claire Bullock, please be making your way up to the holding pens. Brianna Blakely, please be making your way into the show arena at this time. Other all exhibitors are dismissed. Congratulations, heavyweight division champion Jackson Noss, reserve champion Mason Ross, Third place, Hunter Ross. Fourth place, Allison Korniak. And fifth place, Travis Brandenburg. We need all of our grand and reserve from the light, middle, and heavyweight divisions to please be making their way into the show arena at this time for the overall Grand Gilt Market Drive. Lightweight division, Caitlin Brandenburg and Olivia Havarilla. Middleweight division, Kaylee Jennings and Madeline Griffith. Heavyweight division, Jackson Noss and Mason Ross. And third place, lightweight, Nolan Armour. Middleweight, Nicholas Cottle. And heavyweight, Hunter Ross need to be getting ready in the barns. We would like to thank all of our Market Swine sponsors that we couldn't do this show without. These include Northeastern Lions Club, Sunshine and Rainbows Boutique, Arch Materials, Ashley Dietrich and family, Clermont County Pork Producers, Dan and Jill Bird, Donnie and Jadelle Donahue family, Ernie and Christy Ross family, Evans Funeral Homes, Greg and Jody Noss family, Justin and Betsy Taube family, Kinley Sexton Foundation, Lawrence Sandfoss, Matt Waring, memory of Donna Jennings, Tracy and Lane Young, Hilltop Farm, Brian and Sherry Dollemeyer family, Clermont County Pork Producers, David Pennington, Stone Lake Township Trustee, Harley and Taryn Crewy and family, Hill Family Show Pigs, John and Naomi Stahl family, John R. Jurgensen Company, Pennington family, and Prime Producers 4-H Club.
It's been a really good gilt show, and for those of you who are still with us and going to come back, and watch the barrows, I'm anxious to see what those kind of come together and fit and match like. I guess we can go a couple of directions here, and I would feel very comfortable with it. If you walk through the barn at other county fairs, when I do at least, and I kind of look at the champions, I like to see that, and I like to just go, oh yeah, I think that's a good one, and I think all these kind of would fall in that line of, that's a good one, and they're good for different reasons. That's what makes this fun. It's not always black and white. There's putting pieces of matching things together. You like one of these here better than you like one of those there, and 360 views and all those kind of things, making it all about totals. And so, for me, is there, just a perfect one out here? No, but there's a bunch of really good ones. So if you only get to see this kind of a show, I hope that you understand the quality at the top end that we have, because it's been a very good show. I've been very, very pleased with the top end quality for sure, all the way down through. The kids have done a good job getting them driven. We've got really fresh skin ones. We've got ones that are presented very, very well. All those things, help make my job easier and yet harder when everyone takes this good care of them and get out here and they drive as well for these kids as they do. You got to really appreciate the time that's spent on these projects. Like I said, I think there's a couple here that really kind of fit me very well. They're a little different. There's one that I think hits you really hard from all the angles, and you can really find and really get excited about that one. That's the young lady driving right in front of me here. This one's going to be champion.
Congratulations, Kaylee Jennings, grand champion market gilt. Madeline Griffith, please be making your way or entering the show arena at this time, and Nicholas Cottle, please be making your way to the holding pens.
We got the reserve, and that one just has, extra quality too in terms of bringing this is just the same kind of quality drive that we had when we take the champion out of there. I'm going to go ahead and use the heavyweight for reserve. I think that one has some really cool pieces to her. She really fits me from the side as well as anything we've seen today.
Congratulations, Jackson Noss, reserve champion market gilt. Mason Ross, please be entering your show arena, and Alex Bosom, please be making your way to the holding pens. Congratulations, third overall market gilt, Madeline Griffith. Nicholas Cottle, please be entering the show arena at this time. Congratulations, Mason Ross, fourth overall market gilt. Alex Bosom, please be entering the show arena at this time. All other exhibitors in the holding pens are dismissed. At the conclusion of the overall market gilt show, we are going to take a 15-minute break before the beginning of the market barrow show. Congratulations, Nicholas Cottle, for fifth overall market gilt.
We are going to be taking a 15-minute break before we start the market barrow show, so we'll be continuing the show at 8:45.
We need class 1 of lightweight or underweight market barrows to be making their way to the show arena. These exhibitors are Tucker Denton and Peyton Smith. This is a reminder that if you are not directly related with the hog show, as in parent or exhibitor, you need to exit the barns and stay out of the aisleways. Thank you. Class 2 of market barrows can be making their way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Nolan Armour, Gideon Flesher, Lillian Zinsmeister, Caden Hazelbaker, Hayden Sparks, Stella Ninachuk, and Riley Carnahan.
Well, I hope you all got a chance to stretch your legs. I had a pork tenderloin sandwich that was delicious. For what it's worth, those people cooking those in the back. We get started here in our lightweight barrows, and I'm excited to kind of work through these next set of classes here. I like the young ladies barrow to be our class winner here in our lightweights. I like this guy's extra length and extension. I think he's still good in terms of his skeleton. Young man's barrow that brings us next is one that's probably a little more opened up coming and going, but it kind of comes at a cost. This one just reads quite a bit shorter couple than the young ladies. A nice pair to kind of get us started here, what we're going to see the rest of the evening. Put your hands together for these young people.
Just a reminder that you can sign up for the sale until now and 45 minutes after the conclusion of the show. We would like to introduce our judge for tonight, Emily Miller. Emily and her husband Seth live in Haskins, Ohio. They have 3 children, Reed, age 5, Brooks, 18 months, and Della, 6 months. Emily is an alum of the Lakeland College and the Ohio State University, where she was a member of the livestock judging teams. Currently, Emily is a marketing agent for the Wint Group and Showpig.com. Seth and Emily own Seth Miller Show Steers, where they sell steers and heifers to exhibit across the Midwest. They also raise show pigs with Emily's father. Please give our judge a warm welcome. Class 3 of market barrows could be making their way to the holding pens at this time. These exhibitors are Bethany Krebs, Bryson Davidson, Eden Myers, Kay Sexton, Savannah Pennington, Stacy Arthur, and Emma Lawbaugh.
if you have not yet seen the Clermont County Junior Fair Facebook post, the Junior Fair is hosting the Finest Mullet Contest. If you are a Junior Fair exhibitor, you can enter from the Junior Fair Facebook post. All you have to do is post a picture of your mullet in the comment section. The award will be given, there will be a Grand Champion Award and a Reserve Champion Award, and those will be given at 5:30 p.m. just prior to the Outstanding Exhibitor Awards here in the Holman Arena on Thursday.
Let's put our hands together for these young ladies. They head back to their pens. They brought us some nice projects here. We're going to work the ones to my left a little harder. A lot of different ways to skin this cat in this class, you know, just a couple of different varieties out here. So, you know, you pick the kind that you like. I'm pretty comfortable using the young man's blue bear right in front of me here to be our class winner. I think this one does so from a build and design standpoint. Yeah, that one needs to be sounder out of those hocks, but that's getting, you know, in this class, I think he comes to the top from just a show barrow perspective, having some look and dimension and still has in some good shape up high. That's where we're going to go ahead and land. You're definitely welcome to kind of pick your favorite out here. Where do you go from there is probably the conversation piece next. To me, I think it kind of gets rather interesting, really. But I like the solid black pig young ladies driving to go next. This one's just too short coupled to get any higher. But I think, and from a kind standpoint, that's one that, you know, you kind of have a hard time loving, but you got to appreciate that's a lot of mass and dimension into one skeleton. That one you can tell just not quite as comfortable in terms of the way it gets out and drives. Want to make that one go a little bit sounder, as are a few more in this class for sure. The young man in the yellow shirt with the belted barrel is going to go next. I like that one's kind of the opposite end of the spectrum than the one we have in second. That one's longer and more extended all the way through, but just a little bit flatter sided for me in comparison to the ones right ahead of him. That one's third, yep. I think it gets very close between 4 and 5. I'm going to go ahead and side with the solid black barrow to go next. The young man's driving. This is one right here in front of me that I like the extra. He's taller shouldered. He's more extended. He still has some shape and dimension. He's probably a little bit stouter featured as well than the one we have in fifth. The young man's barrow that's rounding out our top 5 is one that you got to appreciate. That one's got some center body. He's got some density to him, but at the same time, he's a little bit flatter and plainer, and this way, I just want to see him have more shape up high. Put your hands together for a nice class of lightweight barrows.
This is class 3, right?
Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 market barrows. These exhibitors are Bethany Curbs, Bryson Davidson, Eden Myers, Kay Sexton, Savannah Pennington, Stacy Arthur, and Emma Lawbaugh. Congratulations, Class 2 market barrows. First place, Nolan Armour. Second place, Riley Carnahan. Third place, Gideon Fisher. Fourth place, Hayden Sparks. And fifth place, Caden Hazelbaker. If Riley Carnahan can please come to the announcer's stand, please. If Nolan Armour, Riley Carnahan, Gideon Flesher, Hayden Sparks, and Caden Hazelbaker could please come up to the announcer stand with your ribbons.
A deep class of barrows here. Put your hands together for these young people as they head out the barn. We'll work the 5. They're in the pens a little harder.
If Class 4 market bearers could please make their way to the show arena at this time, exhibitors include Luke Jennings, Clint Dollemeyer, Paisley Tyndall, Jenna Stahl, Lillian Lane, Shelby Bainham, Riley Pence, and Isabella Bickle. Shelby Bainham, if you could please make your way to a show arena, your class is about to enter the ring.
I like the one right in front of me here to win, and I think this barrow does so, kind of just being the totals perspective. I think this one's really cool to look at from the side. He's got enough to him coming and going. He's sound enough. That one just kind of wins, and and in my mind puts those pieces together fairly handily, kind of cut me out the gate pretty hard. For me, the conversation's in between second and third. You know, do you like him a little longer and prettier? Do you like him a little denser to have a little bit more on him? You know, for this way, I'm not sure there's a exact right answer, if you will, but I'm going to go ahead and use, his name's Kojo. He told me earlier in the day. Kojo is going to be second young man in the purple shirt. This one's got to be trimmed up. For sure. He's got too much on him for me, so we got to peel that one back. He's a little bit shorter couple, but I think at the same time, he reads the more natural skeletal width coming and going than the one we're going to have in third. I like the young lady's predominantly white one over here to be third. From the side, I definitely prefer this one. He's quite a bit leaner as well. I'll give you all those things. I guess I just wonder when you get on top of him behind, you know, is he as quite as opened up as the one we have in second? I don't think so, and so that's probably where I want to, you know, kind of just whoop that guy together. That's one that could probably be shown at a heavier weight because he's got the skeleton to do it. That's a close pair in second and third in my mind, for sure. I like the young man's go next and fourth. This is the one that I think the longer we go, this one stays a little bit sounder and squarer and truer all the way through. This one's a little bit plainer up high compared to the top three in the class. The young ladies barrow that's rounding out the class is one that actually has more shape than the one that's in fifth. You're welcome, buddy. Has more shape than the one's in fifth, but at the same time, that one's got to go sounder. He's a little more rigid off both ends of his skeleton. A really nice class of barrows. Put your hands together for those young people. We'll get to our next class.
Congratulations, Class 3 Market Barrows. First place, Stacy Arthur. Second place, Kay Sexton. Third place, Emma Lawbaugh. Fourth place, Bryson Davidson. And fifth place, Bethany Krebs. Entering this arena at this time are Class 4 Market Barrows. This includes Luke Jennings, Clint Dollemeyer, Paisley Tyndall, Jenna Stahl, Lillian Lane, Shelby Bainham, Riley Pins, and Isabel Bickle.
If you are not an exhibitor or a parent and guardian of an exhibitor that is currently showing, we need you to exit the barn at this time. The sheriffs will be coming around to help make us sure that the aisles are empty. Again, if you are not an exhibitor or a parent with an exhibitor, you immediately need to exit the barns.
deep class, really deep class here. Put your hands together for those young people as they head back to their pens. We'll work the 5 in the pens a little harder.
Class 4 market barrows need to be making their way. Class 5 market barrows need to be making their way outside the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Caitlin Brandenburg, Elijah Newberry, Luke Jennings, Olivia Liming, Peyton Smith, Riley Borgers, and Lily Talby. Well, I'm sure not going to make very many people happy in this class, because I'm pretty sure when we hauled a couple of these on the trailer, we weren't planning on being second, third, or fourth in our classes today at the county fair. I can tell you that much, as this class has quite a bit of quality all the way through. And so, with that in mind, I want to commend these exhibitors, because not only are they good pigs, but they're very well presented, and they're making my job easier to see everything that I kind of need to see. I think there's one out here that's kind of the totals for me, and that's the young lady driver right in front of me here with the colorful shirt. I like this guy quite a bit from an elevation standpoint and a build. He's a nickel longer bodied for this size. I mean, I'm not going to listen and tell you that he's like the shortest one in the world, because he's not. He's got some extra length to him, but at the same time, he stays real correct in his skeleton, and that one's fresh up high, all those things you really like. To me, the conversations between second and third, I'll be quite honest with you, because I think that they're kind of different in what they bring to the table, and I guess that's probably what I've spent the most time deciding on is what to do. We're going to go ahead and start with the young ladies barrow to be second today. That's the one that if I could just kind of freshen his head up right in front of me here, the black barrow, the belted barrow, if I could just freshen this guy up in terms of his head and neck and crest, we'd be off to the races, because that one is just so ready to go up high and massive and stout. But that one to me just reads not quite as correct there from his blade forward. I want to change the angle as well. The young man spotted up one's going to be third, and when they came out the gate, they just kept coming in this class. Good job, buddy. They just kept coming. I'm a creature of habit. When I gotta look twice, that's a good sign. That's a nice one. The longer we go, that one's getting a little bit tighter out of that hock, a little tighter hinge. I want to make that guy just go a little bit sounder. Young man in the green showing the wheels off this one. This is one, though, he's just too short coupled for me. He's big backed and ready to go today for sure. I just want to lengthen this guy out off both sides and just really kind of give him some more extension for me. He's a little bit more crunched up there in terms of his neck as well. The young lady's going to round out with this blue barrow, and I think this one's as practical as anything that we've seen. He's sound. He's got some body to him. He's just got to have more shape up high, a little bit fresher today. Put your hands together for a really nice class of lightweight barrows.
Congratulations, Class 4 Market Barrows. First place, Jenna Stahl. Second place, Paisley Tyndall. Third place, Clint Dollemeyer. Fourth place, Luke Jennings. And fifth place, Lillian Lane. Entering the show arena at this time is Class 5 Market Barrows. These exhibitors are Caitlin Brandenburg, Elijah Newberry, Luke Jennings, Olivia Liming, Peyton Smith, Riley Borchers, and Lily Talby.
Let's put our hands together for those young people as they head back to their pens. They did a good job presenting their projects. Let's send them out with their hands together.
We need our first and second place winners of Class 2, 3, and 4 to be making their way to the show arena. These exhibitors are Nolan Armour and Riley Carnahan, Stacy Arthur, Kay Sexton, Jenna Stahl, and Paisley Tyndall. We also need the third place of each of those classes to be getting ready in the barns. These exhibitors are Gideon Flesher, Emma Lawbaugh, and Clint Dollemeyer.
You know, I think there's two on top that fit me well. They're both a little bit, not only they colored up a little different from each other, but I think, you know, what I like about each of them is a little bit different. I like the young lady in the blue shirt to be our class winner here. This is the one, young lady in the blue shirt. You're okay. You're going to be second, though, so that's all right. We can handshake later. Young lady in the blue shirt, this is the one that I really, you know, like from up high in terms of a body and dimension standpoint and stoutness of feature. This one's a little tighter and restricted going away, and I'll give that to you for sure. But, you know, I like this one just up high and going and coming away. That one had some really nice views, really stout, matching, and really dense kind of market hog. I hope you've all enjoyed the showmanship clinic the young man in the green has put on for you all. That guy can drive a pants off one for sure. I hope you all appreciate how much work it takes to get one to kind of drive like that. At the same time, where I want to change this one is when I get off to the side of him. This barrow's more, I guess, he's more pushed forward in the angle to his blade, and he's not quite as comfortable the longer we kind of set out in motion. But I really think that one is just really fresh up high, has a ton of extra shape and dimension. He does a great job driving him, like I've talked about. That's a nice one to be in second today, and I'm sure not one that he probably planned on being second in class at the county fair, but he did a good job getting out here as well. You know, I think where you go from there, the sort gets interesting, because to me those two kind of were there, and then it's kind of a matter of personal preference. I like the young lady in the orange to go next. Right in front of me here is this black-hipped one. This is one that I think he's flatter-sided for sure, but I like the length and extension, and he's more correct in terms of his skeleton than the three remaining that we have out here. We're going to go ahead and slide that one into 3. Young lady's blue hog is going to be 4th. This is the one that I think from a practical standpoint you appreciate having some body and some math and some dimension. Much like the one in second, he's a little more pushed forward in his angles, but at the same time, really practical kind of market hog right there for that young lady. The young man's barrow that's going to round out here in 5th, he's opened up and he's wide and square, but I want to square him up from his hog to the ground, because coming at you, he's fine. It's going away. We want to change that one. Nice class, really good on the top end. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 5 Market Barrows. First place, Caitlin Brandenburg. Second place, Luke Jennings. Third place, Lily Talby. Fourth place, Riley Borchers. And fifth place, Elijah Newberry. Entering the arena at this time is our class winners from Class 2 through 5. These exhibitors are Nolan Armour, Stacy Arthur, Jenna Stahl, Caitlin Brandenburg, We get started here in our barrow, lightweight barrow drive, if you will, and it's been really good. I'm sure we're going to see some more good ones all the way through. You know, at these weights and how we handle our skeletons and what we've got up high, and it's all going to look different, because this is a very interesting, and typically these are the classes that are the most challenging to sort, I believe, because, you know, we've just got so many differences and things haven't really settled in terms of structure yet and all those things. So
you know, I think it's been very close in my mind. I think there's a couple out here, and as we ask these hogs to rest, I think it's been interesting as they get out here how they're handling that rest period or not rest period for the young lady that's out of our last class. So, you know, I think it's been very interesting. There's probably one that I really like up high. There's one that I really liked in class, and then there's one that I really like from the side. And so how do you kind of put that together in the totals? You know, that's to me, we kind of talk about that all night. You know, the totals one, and I guess you kind of go back to the one that just hit me really super hard, and that's a build that's hard to put together. Young lady right in front of me here is going to be our division champion.
Kay Sexton, you need to be entering the show arena at this time. Emma Lawbaugh, please be making your way to the holding pens.
That second in class of the champion, and that one still has a ton of quality, fits right in, you know, for sure. I think that one has some good pieces about him. You know, I think there's one that, again, you're going to go back to how it strikes you in class. Young lady out of our heavyweight class is going to be reserve here. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Luke Jennings, please be making your way into the show arena. Lily Talby, please be making your way to the holding pens. Congratulations, Jenna Stahl, 3rd overall. Paisley Tyndall, please be entering the show arena, and Clint Dollenmeyer, please be making your way to the holding pens. Lily Talby needs to be entering the show arena. All other exhibitors are dismissed. Class 6 market bearers need to be making their way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Riley Lawball, Nathaniel Royce, Jackson Noss, Connor Ninachuk, Scarlett Lucky, Carly Sandfoss, and Madeline Griffith. Congratulations to your lightweight division champion, Stacey Arthur, reserve champion, Caitlin Brandenburg, 3rd place, Jenna Stahl, 4th place, Luke Jennings, and 5th place, Paisley Tyndall.
let's put our hands together for these young people. Super deep class, you know, a class that just doesn't really have a hole in it, I guess you could say. So they did a good job showing. Put your hands together for them. We'll work the 5 and the pens a little harder.
If Class 7 market bearers could please be making their way up to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Kaylee Jennings, Kylie Bosom, Kemper Shepard, Emma Lawbaugh, Pascal Stahl, Hunter Ross, and Delaney Donahue.
What a really good class here. You know, I think that in my mind it falls together very well. We've got some pieces and parts, and I think we got one that just puts it all together and is very complete. Young man in the orange shirt right in front of me here with this belted barrow is going to be our class winner. I like this one a lot from the side. I mean, you want to talk about, you know, having that show barrow look and being elevated and still have enough freshness up high, but still being able to follow that back with enough there in the back of the truck to make sure that they've got enough to get you going. That's one that gets put together in a lot of nice packages. Young lady driving the all-black barrow is going to be next. I mean, she just drives the wheels off of them, too. Does a great job, and I want to commend her for that because these are very well-presented hogs that are shown very well. She does a very good job there. This is one that, you know, the longer we ask this one to go, the harder he is to kind of want to get out and go off those rear two, but that one is ready to go today up high. You want to talk about freshness and just mass and dimension all the way through. That one's got all those pieces. Just comes in a little bit shorter coupled package for me. That's a really nice one to be second in this class. Probably the conversation then is what do you do with the remaining three? I like the black-headed, black-hipped barrow to go next. This guy wins in my mind from the side, from a length and extension and a build standpoint. I just like the way this one is kind of put together. I like his head and neck. He's very youthful there as well. That's what we're going to land on in this class. You're free to sort them the way you like them. If you like this black barrow, that's what I'm going to pick next. Young man does a good job of trying to get the most out of this one. For me, he's just a little bit coarser all the way through. I want to square him up in his hock compared to the couple that are right ahead of him. But that one's got a lot of shape and mass up high as well. Young ladies barrow, let's round out the class. Like I said, it was very close who was going to get that last pen, and this guy does so just from a balance perspective and a meat and potatoes perspective, if you will. He's got some shape, he's got some mass, he's got some dimension. He's a little bit tighter and more restricted off his rear too, but again, that's a really nice class of 5. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 6 market barrows. First place, Jackson Nas. Second place, Madeline Griffith. Third place, Carly Sandfoss. Fourth place, Connor Ninachuk. And fifth place, Scarlett Lucky. Entering the arena at this time is Class 7 market barrows. These exhibitors are Kaylee Jennings, Kylie Bosom, Kemper Shepard, Emma Lawbaugh, Pascal Stahl, Hunter Ross, and Delaney Donahue.
Let's give a big round of applause to those young kids that are going back to the pens. We're going to work the 5 over here a little harder.
Class 8 of market bearers need to be making their way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Jenna Stahl, Michaela Blankenship, Amber Averwater, Briley Clem, Allie Morrison, Lance Cornwell, and Logan Sands. We got a lot of really good pieces in this class. I'm going to land back on the young man in the orange to be our class winner here. I think this guy does so from an extension standpoint. You know, he's one of the more extended from his blade forward. He's one of the more correct in terms of shape and structure. And the longer we ask them to go, I just like that guy from the side as much as anything we have out here. So I think we're going to go ahead and start there. There's a lot of different pieces out of the remaining 4 that I think, you know, kind of bring them into contention, and then you feel free to probably, you know, have your own opinion. Because that's what makes the show in livestock fun, is everybody kind of talks about how they like to do it. You know, I think it's very close between second and third, because just the longer we go, there's just a little bit more differences here. Young lady in the white shirt's going to be second today. This is one that I think, you know, ready to go up high, rugged and stout all the way through, still stays relatively sound. You like all those things about that one. Not the best there, right, in terms of her forerib and center body. I want to change that barrow there for sure. That's where we want to fix that one. I think it's actually a little bit corrected in the young ladies' barrow. That's in third. Young lady in the blue striped shirt is going to be third today. If this barrow, you know, every once in a while it gets a little tender-footed, and I think that's probably where we want to fix that one. He's just not want to take as aggressive of a step. The longer we get out here and go, that's getting awfully critical on one. I just think he's a little bit softer footed, but she does a good job of showing that out of him. I think this is one that, you know, you got to appreciate that one from his blade back. He's ready to go today, really fresh topped and fresh shaped. For me, I think that one just probably needs to be corrected there in terms of foot pattern and how he's put together up high from his blade forward. That's a nice one there to go in third. The young lady here in the purple is going to be fourth. This one kind of looks like the ones that are in 2 and 3. I guess for me, probably as correct in terms of shape. You know, that one's just a little more jammed up, shorter coupled, shorter hips. Want to change the way that one's put together from the side. The barrow that's rounding out our top 5, huge foot and bone on that one. He just reads a little coarser, a little more upright in the angle to his shoulder. Want to fix that there. Put your hands together for a nice class of market barrows. Congratulations, Class 7 market barrows. First place, Hunter Ross. Second place, Kylie Bosom. Third place, Kaylee Jennings. Fourth place, Delaney Donahue. And fifth place, Emma Wabaugh. Entering the show arena at this time is Class 8 market barrows. These exhibitors are Jenna Stahl, Michaela Blankenship, Amber Averwater, Briley Clem, Allie Morrison, Lance Cornwell, and Logan Sands.
Another really good class here. Let's put our hands together for these young kids as they head back to their pens.
Class 9 market bearers can start making their way to the holding pens at this time. These exhibitors are Madeline Royce, Colton Phillips, McKenna McCoy, Ansel Hatfield, Olivia Havarilla, and Addison Strotman.
You know, a logical class for me and where we start and kind of go boom, 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 I guess is the way I would, kind of go about it. I like the young lady's belted barrow right in front of me here to be our class winner. This guy is the one that, I want to put him together a little more attractively from the side. He's a little more comes in a few pieces, but at the same time, I think what fits together is his stoutness of feature and his mass up high and his freshness of shape. That all fits together. He's not the most aggressive there off of his front, too. We've got one that's probably a nickel better, but I think that one does all the things, I guess to me checks all the boxes. Good enough here in this drive. The young man's barrow is going to go next for me. I like this one quite a bit from the side. Tall-shouldered and really extended. That one can probably motor as long as we ask that one, too. He's a little bit drier and harsher about his rib. That's probably where I want to fix that one. But he does a good job of getting that one shown. You can tell they've had some time together working on getting presented. I think 3, 4, and 5 is probably just a situation of personal preference. I like the young lady's white barrow, predominantly white in the green shirt right in front of me here to be third. I got to change this guy out of his hip for sure. I mean, that thing just got to be completely reconstructed. But at the same time, from there forward, I probably prefer that one as much as anything that's left in here. So that's where we're going to fall with that one in third. We got 2 more that have plenty of mass and shape. They're just a little bit coarser all the way through. So where do you go from there? And I think it's probably a decision for you to make on your own. I'll tell you how I like him. Like the young lady in the peach shirt on the far end to be fourth. I think this one probably just stays more in line with its skeleton the longer we ask that one to drive. The young lady's barrel that's rounding out in fifth is one that has plenty of mass and shape up high, just like we talked about. Comes a little bit coarser package the way the term this one's put together from a structure standpoint. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors in that class.
Congratulations, Class 8 market barrows. First place, Jenna Stahl. Second place, Logan Sands. Third place, Michaela Blankenship. Fourth place, Allie Morrison. And fifth place, Briley Klim. Entering the arena at this time is Class 9 of market barrows. These exhibitors are Madeline Royce, Colton Phillips, McKenna McCoy, Ansel Hatfield, Olivia Havarilla, and Addison Strotman. If all first and second class winners through class 6 through 8 could be making their way up to the show arena, this includes Jackson Noss, Madeline Griffith, Hunter Ross, Kylie Bosom, and Jenna Stahl, and Logan Sands. Also, if third place could be getting ready in the barn, these exhibitors are Carly Sandfoss, Kaylee Jennings, and Michaela Blankenship.
Well, this is for sure the rowdiest group of the bunch we've had, and I'm not picking on anybody because the temperatures have cooled down, and trust me, like I've been there, okay? Wherever you think you've been showing animals, I've been there, okay? I've stood on every side of every class you can stand on, so you don't have to always show the winners to get to where you want to be in life. Actually, it's good to show the ones that don't win to learn something for sure. And so these pigs that are acting rowdy, they're just being pigs, you know. We raise them to be these incredible animals that have so many amazing features to them that are so anti what a pig started out to be that sometimes they just act like pigs and then we act surprised. And it's like, well, they are pigs. So with that said, it's nothing against any of these exhibitors showing these pigs that got a little more in them. It's okay. Don't worry about it. They're going to settle down eventually. With that said, we got 6 out here, so I elected to kind of keep them all out here so they can drive a little bit longer. I think there's one I can easily fall back on. It's Young Man in the Orange to be our class winner. This is just the totals hog in this class for me. You know, he's one that has some shape, some mass and dimension, and has some extra look to him. I think he wins, and in my opinion, he does so rather handily in this class. Where do you go from there is probably the conversation piece. And you all can pick the ones that line them up the way you like them. In fact, we could probably vote by committee because you'd probably line all these up a little different ways. I like the blue hog right in front of me here to go next. I think this one follows in type and kind, having a show barrow look and having some mass and dimension. Not the stoutest featured one in the world. That one's got to be square from hog to ground as well. But again, you know, that's getting kind of nitpicky on a class that's a little bit harder. I guess you could kind of say a little bit harder to put together, in my opinion. I like this black one to go next in third. This is one that has a little bit more shape up high, but at the same time, I got to open this guy up coming and going to get any notches higher in this class. That's one of the sportier, spunkier ones for sure out here. Young lady does a good job of staying calm and being very, very calm with her project. Again, continues to stay close between 4, 5, and 6. I like the young lady in the red to go next in fourth. This one kind of resembles the ones we've been trying to use all day, having some mass and dimension, but I think this one stays a nickel sounder than the one we're going to have in fifth. The one here, the more traditional belt is going to be the one here in fifth, driving in the center of the ring going this way. I like this one just from a mass and dimension standpoint, but this guy's got to be sounder for me. The longer we go, that one gets more straight and restricted off both ends. The young man that's rounding out our class, you did a good job keeping your pig moving. You did a good job knowing where I'm at. All those things count out here, but from a perspective of what we want to do with this hog, we got to kind of shorten him up and widen him out a little bit. That's a really long and extended one. Put your hands together for those exhibitors that are going to head back to their pens.
Congratulations, Class 9 Market Barrows. First place, Colton Phillips. Second place, Madeline Royce. Third place, McKenna McCoy. Fourth place, Addison Strawman. And fifth place, Olivia Havarilla. Now entering the arena are all the class winners for the middleweight division. These exhibitors include Jackson Noss, Hunter Ross, Jenna Stahl, and Colton Phillips. Just a reminder, if you would like to sign your pig up for the sale, you have until now until after 45 minutes of the conclusion of the show.
We're out here in our middle division drive, and I mean, we had a lot of really good ones run through these classes and that are not out here. They're in these holding pens. They're back at their pens at the barn, and I think that just goes to the quality and of the show for sure. If there's something that I can impress upon you before we go into the later part of the evening, I was talking to some of these kids who are going to go show at the Ohio State Fair, and I'm really not one for a lot of speeches, but this is something, I'm getting the chance to hold the mic, so I'm going to say something, and it's got to kind of be talked about. But in my opinion, our county fair is next week too. So we're doing what y'all are doing. For those of you that are showing here and then going to Columbus to show, we're doing the same thing. We got to do better, Ohio. We got to figure out how to make this work so these kids can show at their county fair and have the fun that they're all going to have all week, and then go have fun at state fair too, because we got to figure out how to do this better, because these kids that run around and do both, we do it as a family, and I know it's a choice. Okay, I know it's a choice. I know it is, but we can do better to have more county representation, not just in the livestock species, but in our miscellaneous projects as well, where they don't overlap, and we can have a better county representation across the board for those kids who deserve to be there. All these kids deserve to show at state fair if they want to. It shouldn't be a hindrance because your county fair is at the same time. We got to do it better. We got to find a way better. That's just my little thing to kind of think about when you take home today, because this is an awesome county fair. It's an awesome county fair, and these kids deserve to kind of go on and show at the next level for sure. And a lot of them do. I know they do. You guys have great county representation. I'm sure it could be even better. So just something to think about for sure. In this drive, there's one that really suits me, and I get kind of excited. It's one I'm going to kind of probably talk about when I head home tonight, and I think it's one of those that you can really kind of get excited about, just the way this one's put together from the side. Young man here driving at the far end is going to be our champion.
Madeline Griffith, please be entering the arena at this time. Carly Sanfos, please be making your way up to the holding pins.
We bring that second one in, and we talked about fixing that one in that one area, and I think that he'd probably push our champion real hard. We're going to keep that pair together for reserve. Young lady, the second out of our class is going to be reserve in this division.
Carly Sanfos, please be making your way into the show arena at this time. Carly Sanfos, you have 2 minutes to make it to the show arena.
that third place in, and I think it's nice you guys kind of can go down at 3 in the line for sure. It gives those people a chance in those tough classes to find themselves a piece of the puzzle for sure. I think it's very close in my mind between third and fourth. You know, I think that there's some differences and things you like about it. Young lady in the blue colorful shirt is going to be third.
Logan Santos, please make your way into the show arena. Michaela Blankenship, please make your way up to the holding pens. Entering the arena at this time is Kylie Bosom. All the exhibitors are dismissed. Class 10 market bearers, please be making your way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Nicholas Cottle, Paisley Tyndall, Jonathan Noss, Katie Wolfer, and Travis Brandenburg. Congratulations to your middleweight division champion, Jackson Noss, reserve champion, Madeline Griffith, third place, Jenna Stahl, fourth place, Hunter Ross, and fifth place, Kylie Bosom. Nick Cottle, please be making your way up to the show arena. Your class is about to enter the ring. Judge, this is your class. If Class 11 market bearers can be making their way up to the holding pens at this time, these exhibitors are Lillian Davidson, Delaney Donahue, Kaylee Loizo, Wesley Tucker, and Brooklyn Wareham, and Marilyn Stahl.
We have 5 out here in this class, and I think that they're all, number one, it's about as good of a set of drivers, all collectively as we've had, a good Acton pigs. And so it's nice to see that as we get later in the night, everybody's still got their game faces on to get out here and get it done, to get these hogs driven. And I appreciate that as somebody who makes showmanship a priority in our family and for those kids that show for us. So thank you all for sticking with it and having pigs that are well presented out here. To me, I think we kind of land on one that puts it all together, kind of blends a couple of them right in one package. Young lady in the white shirt right in front of me here is going to be our class winner. I like that one up high. I like that one coming at you. I like that one going away. And I like that one when she gets his head cocked up. That one's got a nice look from the side. I think that one is as practically built and still having some extras as what we can put together in this class, in my opinion. Not perfect, but has a lot of nice pieces there. That one's getting plenty age looking there from his chine and forward, but that's getting kind of critical on that as well. Where do you go from there? I think it's, conversation for sure. I like the young man's predominantly black hog with the white feet driving towards the corner to go next here in the blue shirt. The black hog, that one's going to be second. I think that one is one that, just really freaky there from his blade forward and coming and going. He's wide and opened up. He's got a lot of shape. At the same time, he's a little bit flatter in his forward, harsher and drier about his rib. That's where I want to change that one. Correctively speaking, his young lady's bear that's going to be in third. I mean, this one is just, he is maxed out, right? Like that one is just ready to go. He's just too coarse for me. He might be somebody's kind, and I'm sure he is a lot of you guys' pick from the outside looking in. He's just not quite as blended and smooth. He's outside of his skeleton. For me, he's a little bit more bulldog there in his front end. But that one is maxed out. She does a really good job driving that one. I just want to kind of blend him together better. The young man's all black-headed one is going to go next. I think this one from the side is the one I prefer quite a bit more. He's tall-shouldered, long and level. His proportions from the side I like, and I like the longer we ask that one to drive, he probably stays a nickel sounder than the one in fifth. The young man's bear that's going to be fifth today, I would say you're fifth, you're not last by any means. It's a tough class. This is one that I like the shape you've gotten up high, but I got to peel that guy back there in terms of his jowl and blade forward and underline as well. That's a nice class there. Put your hands together for those individuals.
Congratulations, Class 10 Market Barrows. First place, Katie Woofer. Second place, Nicholas Cottle. Third place, Paisley Tyndall. Fourth place, Travis Brandenburg. And fifth place, Jonathan Noss. Entering the arena at this time is Class 11 Market Barrows. These exhibitors are Lillian Davidson, Delaney Donahue, Kaylee Loizo, Wesley Tucker, Brooklyn Wareham, and Marilyn Stahl.
real solid class out here. We're getting into these heavier weights. Our skeletons look quite a bit different than they did earlier in the day, these lighter weight barrows. And so, you know, I appreciate those ones that are ready to go. Young lady driving Freitman here, the purple shirt's going to be our class winner. Yeah, that's That one's ready to go today. Is that one a little more upright in its angles? Yes, probably. Do I think that one's unsound? No. And I think that one is really good looking from the sides, got plenty of shape and mass, fresh all the way through. I think that one wins in this class from a totals perspective, like we've been talking all day. That one wins in my mind pretty handily. You know, the remaining is probably the conversation, I guess, you have to have with yourself. The young lady in the blue striped shirt with kind of the wild marked one right in front of me here, the chromed up one, is going to be second today. This one I think has that extra top shape and mass up high, but I got to get that one to go a little bit sounder for me to kind of rival the one right ahead of them. That one's more upright in his shoulder as well, just a little bit tighter and restricted off both ends. That's a nice one to be second, though, in a class that has some variety to choose from. Young lady in the red and gray shirt is going to be third today. That's a real practical kind of a hog to go third. I think that's one that has some stoutness of feature, some foot and bone. He's actually fresher from his blade forward than the one that's in second. He's just not quite as squared up today. Right behind his blade, down back through into his hip as the ones that we have. But, you know, that's a nice one to be third. She does a good job of sticking with it. You know, as you continue on, I think the conversation from 4, 5, and 6 stays very close. I like the young man's black hog to go fourth. The length and extension is probably where we kind of side with that one. He's not the most opened up. That's probably, I want to just take that guy and just rip him apart coming and going. But I think that's one that has some the nice pieces when you build them from the side that you can kind of just change coming and going for me. I think it's, again, still very close between 5th and 6th. I like the blue hog right here to my right to be 5th. He's one very much like the one in 4th. Length and extension is good. We just got to open them up. Young ladies, barrel that's rounding out the class is one that, you know, has some practical pieces from a body standpoint. That one's got to have more shape and go a little bit sounder. Put your hands together for those exhibitors in that class.
Congratulations, Class 11 Market Barrows. First place, Delaney Donahue. Second place, Kaylee Loizo. Third place, Lillian Davidson. Fourth place, Wesley Tucker. And fifth place, Brooklyn Wareham. Entering the show arena at this time is Class 12 of Market Barrows. These exhibitors are Allison Korniak, Lainey Wood, Mason Ross, Riley Vorchers, Madeline Budai, and Anya Nelson. Class 13 market bearers can be making their way up to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Xander Fishback, Landon Blankenship, Waylon Sr., and Kaylin Williams.
A nice looking class of hogs. I think for me, there's two on top that kind of push each other very hard. I'm going to go ahead and side with the young man in the purple shirt to be our class winner. I think this one probably from behind is a little bit more genuine and true and stouter featured than the one we're going to have in second. That's where the pair lies because they're both, have plenty up high. They're plenty good looking. To me, that pair sorts when you get in behind them. Young lady here in the tie-dye red shirt's going to go next. That's the one that, like I said, that's two that are very close together, very high quality, kind of put together. When you get in behind them is where that pair sorts for me. I think it's very, very close because they both have some nice pieces. That one, I just want him to go a little more comfortably and stay inside in line with his skeleton a little more the longer we get out here and drive. I like the all black one to be third. The young lady's driving going away from me there in the green shirt. That's one that has plenty of shape and mass up high, really expressive. Probably, though, the longer he has to want to go, a little more straight and restricted off that hind leg, a little shorter out of that hock, but a really nice, solid barrow to be third today in that all-black one. The conversation, I guess, you continue to talk about where do you go from there, and I'm willing to listen to a lot of different things, but I like the young lady in the black shirt to go next. I think this is a real practical one that has some mass and shape, much like the one we have in fourth, but probably one, the longer we go, not quite as ripped up, coming at you and going away, but, that crinkled-eared one throws off his balance a little bit, but that one's still a nice, practical kind of a hog to be in fourth. Very close in my mind between fifth and sixth. I like the all black, the black-headed, black-hipped one to go fifth. That one has more mass up high and more going away in terms of hits and in the seat of his pants. But that one's hock's got to be better to get any higher for me. And the young lady that's rounding out the class there in the corner, that's a nice, long-bodied, level kind of a hog that's got some extension. We just got to shape him up. He just needs a little bit more meat animal shape all the way through, comparatively the ones we have in this class. That happens, he's just got to watch out, right? We're still smiling. We've had a long night, and we're still smiling here. Nice class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors in this class of market barrows.
Congratulations, Class 12 market barrows. First place, Mason Ross. Second place, Allison Korniak. Third place, Lainey Wood. Fourth place, Anya Nelson. And fifth place, Riley Borchers. Entering the arena at this time is Class 13 market barrows. These exhibitors are Xander Fishback, Landon Blankenship, Waylon Sr., and Kaylin Williams. Market barrow Class 14 can make their way to the holding pens at this time. These exhibitors are Lillian Lane, Allie Morrison, Eric Nelson, Lillian Nichols, and Ace Tyndall.
Just a class of 4 here as we get into the second to last class of barrows. And so, I still think there's one that wins pretty decisively in my mind. The young man on the far end in the red shirt with the belt of barrow is going to be our class winner here. This one's kind of what we've been talking about all day, being the totals kind of pig. Having some look, some mass, some extension, and some stoutness of feature. I think that one wins, and like I said, he does so in my mind pretty handily in this class. Young man in the blue shirt is going to be second today. I think this one is very close. It's very close between second and third in my mind, just in terms of how they're put together. I think the one in young man's barrow in second has more shape up high and going away. He's also stouter featured. The young man's barrow in third's actually nickel sounder, but he's not quite as expressive. I think that's why that pair's very close. Young man over here in the maroon shirt is going to be third with that other blue barrow there. Like I said, I think that pair's very close. You feel free to line them up the way you like them. Young ladies in the green that's running out the class, real practical kind of market hog. He just needs to be peeled down a little bit from a cutability standpoint for me. Not quite as fresh up high as what I like to see him today. Need to freshen him up from his blade forward. But again, real practical in terms of his body. Put your hands together for a really nice class of market barrows.
Congratulations, Class 13 Market Barrows. First place, Waylon Sr. Second place, Landon Blankenship. Third place, Xander Fishback. And fourth place, Kaylin Williams. Lillian Nichols, please make your way to your show arena. Your class is about to enter the ring.
All middleweight division winners for the market barrows, pick up your ribbons over at the picture stand. Entering the arena at this time is Class 14 Market Barrows. These exhibitors are Lillian Lane, Allie Morrison, Eric Nelson, Lillian Nichols, and Ace Tyndall. We need all of our first and second place exhibitors from class 10, 11, 12, and 13 to be making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Katie Woofer, Nicholas Cottle, Delaney Donahue, Kaylee Loizo, Mason Ross, Allison Korniak, Waylon Sr., and Landon Blankenship. All third place exhibitors be getting ready in the barns. These exhibitors are Paisley Tyndall, Lillian Davidson, Lainey Wood, and Xander Fishback. Please be getting ready in the barns.
Well, they're not going to make it easy on me in the last class of the day. I mean, this class has a much short 1 through 5 is probably what we've seen. I think, just bringing 5 solid market hogs in. And so, this is where it kind of comes down to just personal preferences, because there's something we want to change about all of them for sure. But I like the young ladies blue hog to be our class winner, driving there into the corner. I think this is the totals hog for me. This is the one that has some look and extension, has some shape and mass up high. This is obviously a heavier weight, still handles it on a skeleton that's comfortable enough. I think we're going to go ahead and land on that one to be our class winner. What do you do from there? I guess it continues to stay very close in my mind. Young lady here in the peach shirt is going to be second. This one is kind of similar to the ones we've been using all day, having some extra mass and dimension and shape up high, having some extra density in terms of skeleton. I think this one just reads a little coarser all the way through. I want that one to blend better. I want him just to kind of peel back a little bit in terms of the way he's put together and stay more in line with the skeleton. That's getting kind of nitpicky for sure. I understand that. If you say that one's really massive, I agree with you. He is. Third and fourth is very close to me because they're similar but different. I like the young man's blue hog to be third right in front of me. We got to clean this guy up in his joints quite a bit to go any higher. He's a little bit chuffier fronted as well, but that one is opened up and has a ton of shape up high and going away. You really like that one from his hock up and forward. You can really find a lot of things to like about that one. The young man's predominantly white barrow is going to be fourth today. This is one that you appreciate for this weight, having as much shape and expression as he does, but at the same time, I want to reconstruct his hip. He's shorter and steeper out of his hip. He's not quite as comfortable on the go. Young lady that's rounding out our top 5, again, that's a nice practical kind of market hog. He's got some look and some mass and some dimension. He's just not quite as opened up anywhere, and not quite as flashy as the top 5 that we have, which is a nice job of getting him shown. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors in our last class of market barrows.
Congratulations, Class 14 Market Barrows. First place, Lillian Nichols. Second place, Allie Morrison. Third place, Eric Nelson. Fourth place, Ace Tyndall. And fifth place, Lillian Lane. Entering the arena at this time is your first place winner for the heavyweight division. These exhibitors are Katie Woofer, Delaney Donahue, Mason Ross, Lillian Nichols, and Waylon Sr.
think it's as unique of a division as we've had, just because, you know, before we got out here, I wasn't really quite sure which way we were going to go. And it's nice to get these classmen out here. They all look a little different. And I kind of knew that going into it, that it wasn't maybe the most carbon copy division we've ever had, because there was, you know, they're the best one in their class and the best one in their compared to their contemporaries. Then you get them out here as individuals and you study them. And so I'm very pleased with how they look. I think we have 5 really nice ones, but I think we do have some differences. And so with that, you know, it's probably what fits your type and kind and all those kind of things wrapped up into one. For me, I think there's 3 out here that probably are pushing each other for champion and reserve, and what you probably prefer and want to use is up to you. You know, I think like I said, there's 3 that kind of fit me for sure. You know, I guess you got to go back to basics and totals and structure and dimension and skeletal width, and still having a good look to them and balance and proportion and skeleton. You know, you kind of factor all those in. That's what I factor in. Young man in the purple is going to be our division winner.
Allison Korniak, please be making your way into the show arena. And Lainey Wood, please be getting ready in the barns and heading up to the holding pens.
That second one in, and again, that one stays true to having quality and show barrel look to them for sure. I like the young lady driver in front of me here to be reserve.
Kaylee Loizo, please be entering the show arena. Lillian Davidson, please be heading up to the holding pens. Nicholas Cottle, please be entering the show arena, and Paisley Tyndall, please be making your way up to the holding pens. Lainey Wood, please be entering the show arena at this time. All other exhibitors are dismissed. We need all grand champions from lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight to be in the holding pens at this time. This is Stacy Arthur, Jackson Noss, and Mason Ross. Lainey Wood, you have 2 minutes to make it to the show arena. All reserves can be making the way up as well. This includes Caitlin Brandenburg, Madeline Griffith, and Delaney Donahue. If thirds want to be getting ready in the barn, this is Jenna Stahl, and Katie Woofer. Congratulations, heavyweight division champion Mason Ross, reserve champion Delaney Donahue, third place Katie Woofer, fourth place Allison Korniak, and fifth place Nicholas Cottle. We would like to welcome our judge one final time. Emily and her husband Seth live in Haskins, Ohio. They have 3 children, Reed, age 5, Brooks, 18 months, and Della, 6 months. Emily is an alum of Lakeland College and The Ohio State University, where she was a member of the livestock judging teams. Currently, Emily is a marketing agent for the Went Group and Showpig.com. Seth and Emily own Seth Miller Show Steers, where they sell steers and heifers to exhibitors across the Midwest. They also raise show pigs with Emily's father. Let's give her one last round of applause.
We would also like your help in giving a big round of applause to Matt Waring, Colin Dunaway, Megan Waring, and our wonderful Junior Fair Board members that help work the show. If you could please give them a big round of applause.
Well, before we get going, let's give a round of applause to everybody that's exhibited hogs today, and I mean it, like a big round of applause. It's not easy to do this, you know. We make this game real tough on ourselves. It's become something of a habit. It's become something of, you know, I guess I would say kind of you know, somebody's addictions for some people. It's what we love to do, and I'm very blessed. I get to work in this industry every day, and I get to work with awesome breeders, and I get to work with awesome kids in the industry all the time. And so it's very humbling to get asked to sort any show, big or small. You know, to get out here and just give you my honest opinion and my honest feedback. There's a lot of people ringside that, you know, they do a good job breeding hogs. I'm not telling you to, you know, one way or the other. I'm just giving you my honest opinion. And I've had a really good time working with everybody today. I want to thank the ring help for sure. We're still smiling, and we've been through a lot of classes today. They've been great. It's a very appreciative to have nice ring help who can work boards and open pens and all those things very efficiently. Thank you very much for having me. My husband Seth was here to sort some of your cattle show on Sunday, and we were talking about the drive and all of that, and you know, he was very impressed with your young people, and I've been very, very impressed. And let's not forget that, you know, raising show pigs is about putting kids in a chance to teach them a passion and to get excited and to learn so many life lessons that hopefully they'll, you know, that they will use as they go on. And these kids are a step above the rest. And I don't care if you show a $50 pig or a $5,000 pig or wherever else in between. Maybe they're more than that. I don't know. But y'all are winners to me because you could spend that money anyway. You could spend your time anyway. And you choose to show pigs. And that, to me, is what's so important. And we've lost so much of that willingness to drive and to win and to win. And you know what? We might lose, too. But we're going to work hard at it. And we might win or lose, but we know that that's an option. And so I want to continue to drive that through to my kids, that we're going to work hard no matter what we think the outcome might be. If we win, great. We lose, we'll try harder next time. So all these kids that are out here, you know they've been trying hard. I mean, you know they worked their whole summer. They didn't do fun things because they needed to walk their pigs. And I appreciate that for sure. So with that being said, I'm going to be done talking. Just make sure that we're doing this for all the right reasons, and that's to serve God and to serve our family families and to be here for them and to do it the right way with the right people. Just make sure we're doing it right to serve him. That's all I have left to say. There's one out here that suits me real well, guys, and I'm going to kind of go home and think about it for a while, and I hope you all have enjoyed. If you didn't agree with me, I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. That's all I ask today. It's been a heck of a show. These kids are great. Give everybody one more round of applause for everyone that showed pigs. I'm going to get you a grand champion market barrow.
Congratulations, Jackson Nas, Grand Champion Market Barrow. Entering the arena now is Madeline Griffith. Jenna Stahl, please be in the holding pens.
My last time on the mic, and for those of you that stuck with me all day, I commend you. My husband doesn't even listen to me sort an entire show. My mom was going to come with me, and she didn't want to listen to me sort an entire show today. So I commend all of you for sitting and listening to me all day. With that said, one more time, your kids are great, and I want you all to know that. And no matter how the class is sorted today, they've been great to work with, and so that's really the main reason that we do this. As we go on down the line, there's just one more that hit me real hard. I think that there's a couple that are going to fit really nicely down through the top 5. One more round of applause for all the help today and all the kids. We're going to get your reserve down to 5 top barrows.
Congratulations, Mason Ross, Reserve Champion Market Barrow. Entering the arena now is Delaney Donahue. Katie Woofer, please be in the makeup arena. Congratulations, 3rd overall Market Barrow, Madeline Griffith. Jenna Stahl, please be entering arena at this time. Congratulations, 4th overall Market Barrow, Stacy Arthur. Entering the arena now is Caitlin Brandenburg. Jenna Stahl, please be in the holding pens. Never mind. All other exhibitors are excused.